And welcome back to Arj's Game Room. This is Arj, and tonight we are playing Takipsilim, um, chap, part 4, chapter 2, the present with Lila Alejandro Reyes, and played by Raymond Pilsifer. And we are now going to go to the gameplay screen and say hello to our player. Hello!
Hello!
Yun! Welcome to Takipsilim once again. How are you doing? Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yo, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yup, clear.
Yun. So, kamusta ka naman?
Okay naman, excited.
Excited.
For tonight.
Okay. So, again, before we start, you will be giving a recap from part 1 to part 3 until the end of part 3, no? And then give us describe to us ano yun what Lila is feeling at the moment, and what he thinks about the stuff that has been happening to him, and what happened with Maria and Ralph and all that.
Yep.
All right. Wait lang. Wait lang. Where is it? All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I am Lilajandro Reyes. I started out as a half Danag, and I was recruited by the Soul Protectors by Ralph, more for keeping an eye on me, because I couldn't control my powers back then. So for our first mission, we were in this park, and it opened up. Ralph was confused, looking for a spell on the book. A few supernaturals attacked, and we retaliated with the Soul Protectors. I accidentally triggered my lust for blood when I tasted it, when I saw it, and I kind of couldn't control myself and attacked one of the Soul Protectors, Maria. But thankfully, my rage was transferred to another person, no, another character who was one of the supernatural monsters. And I had my first taste of blood from that. I think I shocked a few of the Soul Protectors. Um, and by the time that ended, Gian brought a car and brought a like a van. We made our escape since the police was coming. That was my first experience with the supernatural.
That was part
Um,
1, no? Part 1.
that was part one, yes.
Okay.
And then after that, we were In school, no, we background for school. The Soul Protectors. Apparently, we are part of the props committee, no, the props office. So we are in charge of doing the props for school plays. We are supposed to do it, but we don't. Only Zed does it. Zed is is the brother of one of the other Soul Protectors, Iwo. No, he's the only legit props person there who does the props. No,
Yes,
we just
yes.
use it for cover. Um, for we use the office now as our headquarters. We have our meetings there and whatnot. Um, After that, we met a few new characters. Uh, a classmate, Greg Santos, who was a bit of an annoyance at first. Very very untidy, no, annoying character. And then we had one of the teachers, the Aralin Panlipunan teachers, who brought us to another mission. No, another mission on the beach. We were supposed to go to La Union because the leader of the Soul Protectors um, was asked, by one of the seven dwarves to transfer them to their final resting
Resting
place.
place.
The leader was Ralph, leader of the Soul Protectors. I was quite I looked up to Ralph. No, he was very responsible. I I I was thankful that he wanted to keep an eye on me, guiding me towards the right path. They kind of had friendly banter between another of our comrades, Laum. They had like a scoreboard to see who could kill
Oo nga,
the
nga may
more the
oo.
most the most supernaturals, no. And if I recall right, Laum was ahead.
Oo, Laum was ahead.
Uh,
Tama, tama.
yeah. So when we got to La Union, no, before this, um, there were some issues in school. There was this carinderia where a ghost um like took her like made her base in the bathroom of the carinderia there, since this carinderia was a pagpagan, no, for
Mhm,
for
mhm.
people. It's a stopover from when you go to a funeral or something. Just in case spirits follow you, you stop over to a place first. I guess it worked because the spirit eventually stayed there, and it also haunted the school. And the nurse um, got a bit of a possession going on. She possessed the nurse, the ghost possessed the nurse, and she attacked one of the students who was in the clinic at that time, and we had to deal with that, Laum and I.
That was the
It's
adventure wherein that was not recorded, no? Between
Yes,
chap
that's right.
part 1 and part 2. Okay.
Between part one and part two, that's
Yes,
right.
yes.
And yeah, so as that happened, one of the Soul Protectors, Gian, who used to be annoying, started to develop romantic feelings. Probably, that's what Leela felt. No, that's what he feels. At first, it was uncomfortable, but I guess Leela warmed up to it, and now they're at that time they were quite close, good friends. Maria was still, of course, the top dog in terms
Top
of
dog.
the beauties in the school, no?
Oo.
But Gian was also, she's a
School's
nice
crush
person.
eh. School crush siya.
Oh, school's crush. She wasn't shallow. Mas may substance, no? Si Gian. So that was a good session. So moving forward, we went to La Union with the seven dwarves of Cubao. That's
Yes, the
right.
old gods.
Uh, yes. So we went as a school trip, no, with one of the daughters of the teacher and the teacher to the house of Maria. That's where we stayed. We went to the beach. We had fun. I heard from a shack that there was something going on. Apparently, a girl lost a friend of hers because she bought gayuma from this vendor,
Yes, yes.
who apparently at that time was a fake. And we realized that he
He was
was
a fake
legit.
vendor. He
Yes, a
well
fake
actually
vendor.
he wasn't a fake vendor because he was selling legit stuff naman.
That's
Ah,
true.
ano siya, ano to, may dagdag service lang siya, remember?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yun, ang tawag dun, henna and free, uh, parang reading.
Yes, correct, correct.
Uh,
But yun
ganun
nga,
siya.
we figured out he was legit. He used to stay in
Cubao.
Cubao as well, and one of the dwarves knew him, knew of him. And we delved into that mission looking for her friend. As this was happening, again, Ralph and Laum had a sandcastle building contest. And Laum wins again.
Oh,
If I'm not
paano?
mistaken.
Oo eh.
By both of the dwarves. No, that was nice. Maria and the girls, no, and Iwo got into sort of a scuffle at the other end of the beach with a few brusco looking guys, no, pogi, konyo
Konyotic.
type guys.
Ah.
Oo. And they eventually settled it and were invited to a birthday of one of them.
Mhm.
So putting two and two together by going to the bar, asking questions, we end up going to the house of the birthday celebrant, which was a big shindig. No, a lot of people were there, rich guy, bodyguards, and all. We had to leave our weapons. Um, One of us left a gun at the toilet. I think.
Si
I
Iwo.
think that was loud. Si Iwo. Si Iwo. Okay. Yeah, so when we got there, apparently they were a group of supernaturals, no? A lot of tikbalangs. And the girl that we were looking for was there under a spell of the head honcho, the tikbalang, was the birthday boy. With a little enticement from Maria, we decided to settle things with our supernatural fist.
Uh,
And the burden
the old
fell
school
on,
way.
yes, the burden fell on Lila.
Ah.
So Lila again reluctantly turns into this half danag and fights this huge tikbalang. Not the birthday celebrant, like the brusco of them all. And the deal was if he won, he would let the missing girl free. As this was happening, there were talks in the crowd, no? That they thought they're not seeing right, and they thought that I was apparently dead. Um, and saying things like the prince of the Danags, the son of the king. We thought their line was dead, but apparently not. The other soul protectors wanted to do something, but by the urging of Ralph and the of Iwo, uncle of Iwo, am I right?
Yes, Uncle of Iwa.
Yes, the uncle of Iwo convinced them
Si
otherwise. It wouldn't be a smart
Manong
idea.
Felipe.
Yes, si Manong Felipe. Because there were a lot of high-powered supernaturals. And we were really totally outnumbered.
Oo naman.
So we let the fight play out. And at least I got, after getting misses and hits on myself, I got the best of the tikbalang. And it, they followed the deal and they let this girl go. And that was pretty good, but we had to get out of there fast. The supernaturals were talking and they weren't too happy with what happened. Back in the school, after that incident, after we successfully also released the dwarves, no, to their final resting place, they seemed happy. I'm still unsure of how I feel about them. um, Ginawa kaming bodyguards to deliver them. But back in the school, um, we were on our merry way, continue to pretending to do props. When a few of the stage the actors, what's this? The play actors, what do you call
Mhm.
them? Uh,
The actors, the members,
yeah, the members of the stage club, no?
the stage club,
The
yes.
acting club started disappearing.
Mhm.
And of course, our dear Madam Principal had the brilliant idea of substituting us
Oo,
with the
tama,
missing
tama,
actor.
tama.
So we
Ah,
had to do a stage play of a
mhm.
modern Romeo and Juliet. At this point, I figured that Gian and I were quite close. I bought her a bracelet
Uh-huh.
to remind her, a friendship bracelet.
Okay.
We
Was she
had one
wearing it?
each.
Was she?
She was
Uh,
wearing it.
wow.
No?
Okay.
So it so happened that we were partnered not together. I was partnered with Maria
Uh-huh.
and Gian with Laum.
No, Iwo.
With Iwo. Okay, that's right.
With
With
Iwo.
Iwo.
Laum was
Um,
with Ralph.
with Ralph. That's right.
Uh, uh,
Again, trying to one up each other
uh,
in the play.
may make believe play sila, but Ralph makes it a lot serious.
All right. So yeah, doing our rehearsals and whatnot, I try to kiss Lila, but I fail. I try again. Eventually, it succeeds. Gian,
How does that make Lila feel?
I didn't mind at first. It was okay.
It was
I was a bit
okay.
reluctant. I was reluctant,
Uh-huh,
because
uh-huh.
being young and all. But after Gian's turn and after seeing her cry and run back to the props office, and after things happen in the stage,
Uh-huh.
um, we we find ourselves back in the office as well.
This
And
is this is part 3, chapter 1 and 2, right?
yes,
Okay.
and we see her um, together with Iwo.
Mhm.
And they were quite surprised to see us. Quite a shock for them. And Lila
What
wasn't too sure.
what
She
were
was
they doing?
seeing
What did
they
Lila
were
think they were?
hugging. His arm was around her. She was crying. Well, not anymore on his shoulder. He was comforting her, and Lila saw this. So did Laum, but parang nag-deadma si
Dead ba lang
Laum.
si Laum?
And then, so after seeing this, I didn't feel too bad kissing Maria. No, so parang nagselos na.
Knocks.
That's where I
Okay.
guess. Oh, that's where I guess I realized na yeah, there's a bit of feelings with Gian kasi
Mhm.
there's jealousy. Um, and yeah,
Why is he feeling something for Gian nung time na yun? No, I
she's a
mean
nice.
at from that point, how did he realize it? Paano parang yun spark? It was the kiss, 'di ba? But
It was the kiss. That's right. But she was always nice to him. And
mm,
dahan-dahan na he felt something, but he didn't act on it. But that triggered it, seeing her with someone else. No?
okay,
Na
okay,
parang,
okay.
hey, what's this? What's going on? No. So
Okay.
he did feel jealousy, and they tried to ignore it. Uh, but they focused on what happened in the props office. Apparently, they saw Gian saw an Encanto
Uh-huh.
in the props office, and the Encanto left, and we didn't really know where it went during that time. And then um, we decide to go and back on check back the stage, and that's where it resided. Moving forward, um,
We are now
apparently,
on no. This is still part chapter 2, right? Wala pang chapter
yes,
3. Okay, okay.
chapter 2. And I forgot to mention the annoying Greg finally got into the props office. And surprisingly, even more surprising than all these supernaturals, he seemed to be doing a good job. Huh?
Oo.
He seems to have
Very
found
involved siya.
his niche. Oh, galing, galing. Who would have thought? No, I was stopping him pa
You
naman
never
from
gave him
joining.
the chance.
Oh, so he found his
He's
calling.
calling.
so so yun. Moving forward, we find out at that time that uh, Iwo, when he wasn't with us, went on a mission with Ralph and found a scroll. And in this scroll was like a ritual for transferring souls. We didn't know what it was about yet. It was just a scroll for transferring souls. It told us the ingredients, what was needed, a willing body, a dead vessel, a a strong hallowed place with strong history. Could be a church, a chapel, a clinic, a hospital, and someone who has been in that place for quite a long time.
Mhm, mhm.
A connection to that place. We didn't think much of it back then during this time. And we thought Ralph would be able to figure out we could do with that scroll. Fast forward to the stage play, the play proper.
Mhm.
Uh, the school is packed. There are cameras around. No, they're filming this play. It's apparently a big deal. Modern Romeo and Juliet. The auditorium is packed. We do the play. The first part really went without any hiccups. No, Laum and Ralph did a good job. Gian and Iwo, Maria and I did our parts really well.
Mhm.
Until um, the windows closed, um, and a few supernaturals appeared in the auditorium. During that time, it was three of them: an aswang, a manananggal, and a tikbalang.
No, yeah, tatlo. Tama, tama, tama.
Yeah, it was three. And now we move on to part three of of that mission, and we resumed. Um, we Lila now feeling quite good about himself. He seemed to be able to handle tikbalang because of the last session in Laum. Thought he could handle an aswang. And the rest of the team also were pretty confident at that time. They were handling each. Lila was handling the aswang.
Mhm.
Um, Laum and Iwo were handling the tikbalang. Um, and the manananggal was trying to fly up. Sorry, Iwo was handling the manananggal at first.
Um,
Um,
no. Iwo was handling
the tikbalang as well.
just the tikbalang.
Okay, and
Kasi
Laum
nawala
was
yun parang yun manananggal was at the farther end of the
yeah, that's
oo.
right.
Tapos
That's right.
it flew up towards where Zed and
Yes, and
were
Greg. Yes.
and Greg. Pero he never actually pursued that.
That's
But
true.
he went straight for the tikbalang.
Right. And he asked Paul McCartney to, to
Si Paul
try
McCartney.
to lead Zed and Greg out. so, so yun. Me being confident, tried to go after the aswang. Excuse me, but I was overpowered, and the aswang wrapped its body around me, and I was trying to bite at it and rip it open, and it just kept constricting, and I couldn't breathe. And I figured out that fire was their weakness, and I tried screaming it out. I did once, but all I could remember after that was darkness, and I was in and out of consciousness. I didn't know where I was. I was probably wondering where my two friends were and why they weren't helping me, but I couldn't see well. So apparently, um, good good choice of helping Gian. No, I probably would have done the same thing. And yes, I was dragged into somewhere I didn't know yet. As they were fighting the tikbalang on the stage.
This is ano to?
They
This is now part 3, chapters 3 and 4.
Yes,
Mhm.
and after a lot of ups and downs, no, they were finally able to find its weakness. The chest was opening and closing. The stage collapsed. They fell through it. They were able to successfully trip the tikbalang and finally get Gian out. As all of this was happening, the crowd was under a trance. It's like they weren't noticing anything. They were all staring blankly ahead. Um, the because of the doings of the encounter. Um, they eventually um, take the tikbalang down, get Gian out, but backup arrives for the supernatural.
Mhm. Mhm.
And they didn't really know what to do. I wasn't there anymore. I was still in and out of consciousness, not knowing where I was. Um, I eventually wake up in a hospital, Um, there, I am in a circle, and I see these three um, Mother Mary looking creatures with ceramic faces that we couldn't tell, I couldn't tell if they were masks or that was their skin. Kind of freaked me out a bit. I didn't know where I was. Really pissed at the aswang. No, I wanted to get back at the aswang. Um, but I couldn't get out of the circle, so I tried talking to them, figure things out. As this was happening, there was the fight continuing in the auditorium. They were being overpowered already, the Soul Protectors.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, just Iwo and Laum were being overpowered. No, nobody noticed what the rest were doing.
Mm-hmm.
We were
Mm-hmm.
just They were just helping Gian out. And finally, backup arrived for our side. It was uh, the uncle of
Yes.
Iwo,
Yes.
um, Buhawi,
Yes.
and Ulan.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a good time for them to arrive. No? They helped out Soul Protectors. Uh, they looked for me, and I wasn't there anymore. Um, they were in a rush to find me, um, saying things about a certain prophecy being fulfilled.
Uh-huh.
Um, so the guys regroup. Ulan, Buhawi, and si Tito, sorry, his name escapes me. That's the
Tito
uncle's
Felipe.
Tito Felipe.
Ah.
Um, they handle what's left of the supernaturals as
Uh-huh.
the soul protectors go and find me. They of course figure out that since all of these happenings happen in the old hospital wing, no, because sorry, I forgot to say the school was an old hospital. No, it was converted, so it was still connected, part of it. So that's where
Actually,
they
hindi
decide.
naman siya hospital eh. Compound siya.
Old compound
Old compound
with
siya.
a clinic.
Yun, meron lang part nung compound na yun, which is the old hospital. So, siguro, um, may administration building, meron,
Right, right.
yun, office building mismo, where the main of the
Uh,
school is, parang ganun. So, ano
and
to?
then the hospital wing.
And then
Parang
the
may
hospital
ano.
wing. Oo, tama.
Right. So, yeah, common sense would dictate that they would look for me there. And they did. They went there. Um, Ralph was there first and Maria. They arrived first. They they found me, and Ralph was doing a spell as Maria was taking care of the aswang. And he made a spell, and he told me to, on his signal, to run out of the circle. And being the
What were you
leader of,
feeling at this moment?
at this moment, I just wanted to get out. I felt helpless in the circle. I wanted to get out. I was angry at the aswang and I wanted to attack it, help Maria. So I was willing to follow Ralph. And when he did his spell, I was able to get out of the circle. But I did not realize that the spell, part of it was trading places with Ralph. And now he was in the circle. So I was quite in a predicament on who to save first. I ran towards Maria and I attacked the aswang and I was successful. I thought I killed it. It was down. I uttered boastful words at this aswang, and I told Maria that everything's under control. Um, the three um, the three ceramic faced creatures um, got into my head and talked to me, and I wanted them to release Ralph, but they told me that they were going to kill him unless I was to go back into the circle. Of course, at this time, I owed a lot to Ralph. No, he was the leader of the Soul Protectors. He was helping us out always. He always knew what to do. He always had a good head on him, and of course, I couldn't let them kill him. And I was willing to agree. No, I threw a tantrum as I was going closer to the circle,
Uh-huh.
trying to see if anything would break the circle, and seeing that nothing I could do would break it. Uh, I agreed to enter. As I was about to enter, a thought crossed my mind
Okay.
that Ralph would probably have a spell to release me, and it would probably expend more of his energy if he exchanged the both of us rather than just pulling down the barrier. As I was thinking this, I was already on my way to the circle and willing to trade places again because I was there in the first place. And I brushed the thought away and thinking, he's our leader. What am I thinking? And I willingly stepped into the circle. As this was happening, um, Iwo, Gian, and Laum were on their way. They're in the hallway, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
on the way, seeing the double doors. Um, a spell triggers, and my soul leaves my body, and I die. And at that point, as this was happening, Leela was willing to accept her fate. One way because he wouldn't hurt anyone anymore by his uncontrolled urges of feeding, and um, hey, giving up your life for someone else who has helped you through the school, being bullied and all that, and taking you in as a team member. This is not a bad way to go. And Leela finally accepted that fate, and he would have been happy with that. Out in the hallway, um,
Out in the hallway.
Laum, Gian, and Iwo, Gian feels something, and she felt that something was wrong with me. Um, Laum and Iwo eventually reached the double doors. One of the doors was ripped open.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't see in at first, but eventually they did. And uh, a big reveal happens. And that thought that crossed my mind um, apparently had reason behind it. But I was dead. So they find out that Ralph and Maria um, planned all of this
All of
all
that.
along
Yeah.
from the start. It was a big plan. The Soul Protectors. Um, Basically, the plan was to keep your enemies close.
No? We weren't really friends at that time. Laum and Iwo, he wanted to keep close, to keep tabs on them. He got me in the group, not because he wanted to keep an eye on me to protect others, but to see what I was capable of. And all the missions from the beginning were tests, to see our strength. I'd like to believe it wasn't just Lila, to see what I could do. He also wanted to see, what the other two could do, in order to stop him or not stop him. And the big reveal, and of course, as every villain does, he revealed his plans. He revealed his
Nag-monologue na siya.
intent.
Villain monologue.
Yup. As all villains should
Oo,
have.
dapat. Dapat
No?
lang.
Ano yun? Prerequisite yun
Oo.
ng villain. They were as stunned well, they were stunned. I was dead.
Yep.
But, and they were very stunned, and I would presume hurt and angered.
Mhm.
And they start um, they start doing some attacks. But as this was happening, I was me being happily dead. Wake up in the afterlife. No?
Mhm.
But it wasn't the normal afterlife. It was a place where my kind go to when we pass on. And I see my father,
Mhm.
and he explains what happens. And of all the times that he could have been a father, he decides now that he wants to be in my life in this place. He offers me to stay there with him. And I ask him what of my friends, and he says, to forget about everything that I have left, and to stay with him there. Um, Not being there for my entire life, I held a bit of resentment towards him. And my friends who have been there, even in the short span of time, I wasn't too keen on Laum, but he has proven himself um, very worthy of being a true friend. Um, Iwo, I always look up to him as a kuya. No, I couldn't leave that.
But
I leave him be.
at this point, did
I didn't know yet.
you didn't know, 'di ba, about Ralph and
No,
Maria
not
and
yet.
okay.
Gian, of course, I couldn't leave her. And Ralph and Maria, being the leaders, no, the heads of
Mhm.
the group, who always knew what to do. I couldn't leave them, so I had to take the harder path and go back. As I do this, I get a flashback.
Mhm.
I am now under the mama tree. Gian is there, offering me, as she always does, her baon.
Mhm.
Um, Me, always craving for meat. At first, wanted to take it. No, I get the rice, but something just didn't feel right. And I asked where Ralph is. I didn't know where I was, and her answer was not what I expected. She said, "Wala na si Ralph. Wala na si Ralph." And I didn't know what it meant. Um, and I kept asking her, and she kept saying that until I snapped back with a jolt of like a jolt of electricity, um, bringing me back to life. The darkness I had once known, the part of me that was once aha, that was once unknown to me. I couldn't figure out if I was human or not,
Okay.
was now a whole, and I am a full-fledged Danag as I am brought back to life. And as I am brought back to life, I so happen to come back at the villain's monologue, and I hear parts of it, and very angered.
where
All my
where are you at
emotions.
that part?
I am at the feet,
Uh,
at the foot of Ralph.
uh,
His foot was literally on my face.
yes.
Being all happy and gleeful that he successfully got my Danag powers and killing in the process. Um, so I hear his monologue. I am now able to control, I would say, because I would have snapped right away, probably back then.
Mm-hmm.
But I was able to see where the things were. Um, I got even more irritated when the aswang I thought I already killed was still alive. So I check out the surroundings. I see the three, Iwo, Laum, and Gian. I see Maria and the aswang. And I see the sole of Ralph's foot.
Uh-huh.
And I decide to wake up, spring my attack, and bite his hand. As this happens, Ralph gets surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Maria gets surprised. She tackles Ralph away from me, and I go back towards um, who I now um, feel are the real soul protectors. Um, we are now the core, and we will live up to the name. And as they were doing this, the aswang was stopping us from getting to Maria and Ralph. Uh, they escaped. The aswang was killed. Sadly, not by me, by Iwo. Um, I'll channel my rage to some other supernaturals, and we are happy that I'm back. Um, Annoyed that we were played, no,
Mm-hmm.
and angry, and wanting to get back uh, the true meaning of being a soul. Get our revenge, of course, on Ralph.
Okay. And then what happens at the end of that chapter?
At the end of that chapter, what happened at the end?
Sa epilogue.
Ah, we find out that um, Laum's dad um, passes away,
Mm-hmm.
and he was given a a knife,
Mm-hmm.
the ceremonial knife of his father. Um, and yeah, that's the. Am I missing something?
Um
I forget.
at that time you are led home with Gian,
Right.
and everybody takes their separate um
We go our
exit
own ways.
on your own ways. So that is exactly where our game tonight will start.
Okay.
All right. Wait lang. Okay. So, uh, your foundation day started around January. Okay, that was chapter 3 around that time. Um After the incident, you are you have kept to yourself this past few weeks. Wait lang. It is actually unintentional yun for you to be it is unintentional of you to not be that you're that because you took harm, 'di ba? So na damage ka, you've
I
been
do.
hurt. Did you heal those? Do you have a move to heal those? Wala naman, no?
I do.
Ah,
I
do,
do.
you do. Okay.
Yeah.
So, um, you were given time to rest by the school, and the school also um, uh, announces that um, it well, kumpleto tayo. Hello everyone.
What's up, guys?
So uh the school announces that there was a huge fire in the auditorium of the theater.
Mhm.
So they closed the school for a while to get their to secure the place and do repairs, and for most of the families of those who perished are given time to mourn for those they lost. um there you watch the news, and nakalagay doon mostly names nung mga people who survived, and those who passed away, and then there are still missing, including there in the names of those missing are um, Ralph, Maria, um, Laum, Iwo, um, and that's it.
Okay.
Kasama ka, ikaw, Higian, si Zed, and si, what's his name? Greg, di ba? Greg ba yun?
Greg, yeah.
Oh, si Greg. Okay. You guys were one of the survivors. You were recorded as one of the survivors.
Mhm.
Okay, so uh your mother has not been telling you to leave the house for a while. Um, uh, she thinks it's dangerous, and it's better for you to rest until school starts. Uh, the first night that you came back home from the incident, you felt adrenaline. So, sobra kang gising and napuyat ka. Whatever you're thinking, your mind was racing. Um, you your brain couldn't shut off. So, the next day ka na ano to, tulog na maayos. But
Mhm.
the next few days, there was always a nightmare that replays in your head. It's uh it's seeing your father and him asking you to stay, and then you struggle with the knowledge na ayun nga, you wanted to go back with the soul protectors, and then yun it changes to the scene with Ralph, and then it changes back to the scenes with all the things that he told you, that you went through. So nagbi-build up yun disappointment. You actually are angry at Ralph for putting you in that situation. Um, and you never felt anything like this before. Alam mo yun,
Mm-hmm.
almost like hate. Okay? And that was what you always felt in your dreams and in your nightmares. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are at home most of the time for the past week. But every day, may kakatok dun sa window mo or magtatapon ng rocks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And um, yung bahay ba ninyo is apartment with your mom? Bahay ba siya na parang townhouse or condo?
Yeah, I'd say I was thinking like a duplex, may kadikit lang na ano,
Okay. So,
na bahay.
yung window mo, kitang-kita from the street.
Mm-hmm.
So, every day, somebody hits your window with rocks. And you open it, nandun si Greg. He waves at you. Uh, and then he gives you thumbs up. What do you do? What do you react to that?
I
Uh,
just
uh,
a faint smile that I don't mean. I look out and then just smile and then turn around and go back away from the window.
so, the last few weeks, ganun palagi. Almost uh, parang on the dot. Siguro if he gets kung mga 8 o'clock yun, 8 o'clock for the past week and a half. Almost 2 weeks na. Nandun palagi si ano to, si Greg.
Mm-hmm.
So you've been seeing him. You now have um, a week and a half, but you're only at home. So you can ask your you can go on the internet, research, or you can talk to your mother, pero within the house lang.
Okay.
Um,
I'd like to talk to my mother first and ask her um what was my father like really. No, because when I used to ask, she just give me vague answers. No, but now I'm adamant. I want to know uh, how they met. What was he like when they were together? and how did this happen and why he left. No, on I want to see her perspective on this.
Okay. Usually, most times, she would just keep quiet. Um, she won't she won't say anything or she'll change the subject. Um, but tonight, she feels it a little bit more different in question mo, the way you question her.
Mm-hmm.
Roll manipulate someone.
Ooh.
Seven. Okay. Okay. They'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now to show that you mean it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask too much, they'll tell you what, if anything, it would take them for them to do it. Okay. She tells you. You feel she doesn't. There is this unspoken knowledge or parang agreement between, yeah, alam mo yun, you know your mother so well that looking at her right now, if you gave her something in return for that information, she'll tell you. But it has to be important. You have to share, kumbaga.
Okay. I tell her, Ma, alam kong pinoprotektahan mo ako. Pero alam ko na kung ano ako. At nakita ko siya.
She puts down
Hindi ko alam.
you're there sa may dinner table and you're both eating dinner. Tapos she stops eating and then she stops eating and she puts down her utensils and then you see her eyes droop a little bit. Um, it starts to glass yung mata niya. Parang ano to, parang may tubig na yung mata niya pero hindi pa siya umiiyak. Sige, continue.
Alam kong gusto mong itago sa akin para maprotektahan ako. Pero mas kailangan kong malaman. Nakita ko siya, Ma. Hindi ko alam kung panaginip ba yon o kung ano man. Pero nakausap ko siya. Gusto niyang magsama kami. Kailangan kong malaman, Ma, kung ano ba siya dati. Kung bakit, kung ano nangyari sa inyong dalawa. At paano
Just one.
pumayag ka ba?
Are,
Pinilit
are
ka
you
ba?
asking? Are you asking? That's a different. That you're asking another question.
Yeah. No, I still want the first.
You still want the first. So do you
Yeah,
want to push it?
how he did. I want to push the first.
No, I mean, do you want to push on by asking some more? Because there's also another reaction to that. Kasi nandito, if you ask too much, They'll tell you what, if
Yeah.
anything, it would take them for them to do it.
I'll give her time to answer and get her thoughts together.
So she doesn't tell you right now. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Uh you only have a few a few encounters with your mother. So um remember to ask her again.
Right.
Okay? Remember to ask her again. So uh uh what else?
Mm,
You have all this
seeing that,
time.
yeah, seeing that she doesn't answer.
She doesn't
Um,
answer. Actually, you told me you to give her time, di ba?
yeah.
Okay,
So
so
I
you can.
won't push her.
Are you wait? Will you not push her, or will you? You already pushed her. That's why she's quiet.
Yeah, but I mean, I won't push her more. Sagutin mo na, ganon.
I
I,
okay, yeah. That's the thing nga eh. What I mean is
mm,
she is not going to uh she knows that she doesn't have to answer anything right now. That's parang agreement between you two. Pero it will give her time to think.
mm-hmm.
So um you may ask uh one more question. Ipupush mo pa para dun sa second question. What's your second
Mm,
question?
mm, did he um force himself on her? Was I an accident, or was it a mutual thing that they had feelings for each other, and it just happened?
She keeps quiet, and she just stands up and starts to clear the table. And so it seems she just nods a little bit at you, and you already know that she will need time to um think about it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you will not be able to ask her right now.
Okay.
So what else are you doing? You have a few.
Uh,
You have two
do I have
weeks.
my phone on me?
Yes, you have your phone.
Okay. I'm thinking naman medyo may Google na yung phone ko. No?
Ano ba? Hindi. Ano bang year tayo? 28.
2018, di ba?
Oh, oh naman. May phone ka naman
So,
na.
meron na. Eh,
Oh.
galing akong probinsya, baka 5110.
Hindi naman. Grabe. Oh.
Okay, okay. So, so I do, I do in the past, few weeks, no? Parang, whenever Greg throws a rock, it reminds me of school, no?
Mhm.
I search for news, but not yung mainstream news. I try to look for occult sites, yung mga Reddit posts, yung mga ganon,
Okay.
na as to what happened to Saint Andres
Okay.
um
You
school.
now have options to roll investigate a mystery
Mm-hmm.
or investigate a phenomena.
Where's the phenomenon?
It's right below advanced
Ah,
invest.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see.
We are also using the investigate a mystery flexible alternative. This is what we are
Got
using.
it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Mm-hmm.
You get a soul die tonight, remember? Kaagad.
Yeah. Okay.
So, ayan. So, either you can roll in investigate a mystery, and you can roll in investigating phenomena.
Okay. The investigate phenomena
Since you're given
doesn't.
time, since I gave you time,
Mhm.
may time ka to decide on that. You add ano to, a +1 to the roll.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, +1 to the roll.
Mm, Let me just check it out. Probably flexible.
Ano?
I'll do the flexible alternative.
Uh, yeah, sige go. Roll for it. No, you're going to roll twice naman eh. One for phenomena and one
Okay.
for investigate a mystery. Yes. Pero each one
Okay.
gets a +1. This is your time for investigating na.
One.
Oh.
May +1 na yan.
Okay, that's investigate a mystery, di ba?
Yes.
Okay. Um, on a miss, so you can still ask a general question. They
Mm-hmm.
may answer it as they wish, and regardless of the question and answer, something bad happens. Okay. Roll for investigate phenomena.
I'll roll the dice of investigate mystery kasi walang dice si
Yes.
phenomenon.
Yes.
Okay.
+1 pa rin.
+1. Plus. Nice.
Okay, 10. Okay, okay. So you have the standard list, 'di ba? What happened here?
Mm-hmm.
What sort of creature is it? 'Di ba?
Yeah.
You can add in the questions dito, the 4 questions here in investigating a phenomena.
Right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Um uh and then since uh ay mali rolls natin. Wait, I'm sorry. So parang ano to, investigating a phenomena pala is same as investigate a mystery. So but we are using okay. Um okay. So let's just say you rolled investigate a mystery for one more time. Roll one more time. Sige.
Okay. May +1 pa.
Yes. Sige. One more time. Okay.
11.
So you get an 11. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have a what did you roll? A 4, a 10 and an 11. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
A 4 you ask one general question, and then a 10 you ask me two general questions or one specific, and then same. So you kind of have 5 questions.
Okay.
Okay. Two general ay 5 no. Yes. So yung two general you have 4 general questions. Ay 5 general questions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You have 5 general questions. And then two of those general if you want a specific question, you can change 2 general questions into one
To
specific
one
question.
specific.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. How do you want to do this?
Okay. I'll do a general question first.
Okay, one
Um,
general question.
will I be able to find the soul protector, my friend,
Will you be able to
if I
find your
look for
soul
them?
protectors? The soul protectors? What do you mean find?
Mhm.
That physically you'll be there with them or know where they are?
Um, is it possible to to route them together at this time?
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
It is, it's possible.
it's possible. Yes.
Okay. So because so that means I know where they are. They're not hidden.
No, no.
So um that is Gian, Laum and Iwo also.
Yes, you can try
Okay.
them.
Okay. So that's one general. Another uh general question is my mom huh. I know she's hiding something. Um okay. Um I want to ask one specific.
Okay, one specific
Do
question.
I know where Ralph went? Do I have an inkling or an idea?
No.
Okay, so I have two more general or one more specific.
Yes. You can also ask questions on how I explained it to clarify a bit more on the statement.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one with Ralph, you could ask uh, do I know him? Do I know kumare uh, uh, his house? Uh,
Right, right,
yeah,
right.
where he is those things
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
those can be follow-up questions that can clear up
Okay.
that question.
Um. Yeah. Will I be able to find out where he lives?
Where he lives, yes. You've been there before. You've been there before.
Okay. So I can go check it out. Um. Would I know if there are would I know if there are any leads like supernatural informants? Would I know where to go to find those people?
You would know where to find them, but would not know where to find them specifically. Generally, you know that there are in Cubao, some
Okay.
in Recto, in
Mm-hmm.
Baclaran, a large commercial area, Makati, but
All right.
you don't know which
Where
specific,
there?
yes, where kung where in Makati, parang ganun, di ba? Tama ka.
Right,
Where
right.
there,
Of
tama.
course.
Um,
Yeah.
um, and then the best options for you would be to find someone who already knew the area, and the only person for that uh next to Ralph would be Gian.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
And
So two general questions and Ay, is
One more.
one more, no.
Oh.
General question. Yes.
Does my mom trust me enough to let me be?
She does naman, but at this point, um, she would need to um, talk to you first. Pero she's avoiding it eh.
Okay. Yeah.
She's avoiding the conversation. Pero now, after your questioning kanina, think of this like naka ilang days na after you spoke to her. So maybe it's time na rin that you can ask her.
So a few days have passed.
Yeah, the few days have passed.
Okay. Is it
While you're
morning
researching, ayun pa rin around 8 o'clock. Tatapon ng bato
Okay.
si Greg.
Si Greg.
Mag-wave ulit siya sa'yo.
By this time, I kinda at first I was annoyed,
Aha.
pero now I kinda look forward to it
Mhm.
kasi it's like my anchor to the real world. No, parang hindi ako nalulunod sa bahay, sa depression, sa pag-iisip.
Mhm.
So now parang it's parang pang-aliw. So as I look at the window, I kind of smile and nod to him. Genuine smile naman.
One time you see him, wala pang 8 o'clock and he's standing there, parang naka-lean lang siya dun sa wall. Tapos nangungulangot siya. Sinalagay niya dun sa wall niya. And he sees you and he waves.
I smile and shake my head.
Ayan.
So this is 8 in the morning, no?
No, this is 8 p.m.
8 in the evening. Okay.
Gabi.
I go down. We're about to have dinner, siguro, no?
Yes. Sige.
I go down and say, Ma.
Oh, eto yung favorite favorite mo, linuto ko. Anong favorite mo? She thinks your favorite is what is something vegetarian. Pinakbit. Laing.
Pinakbit.
Ayaw ng laing. Sige.
So, laing. I look at it and say, laing, salamat.
Oh, favorite mo yan, di ba?
Ma.
Oh.
Kumakain na ako ng karne. Wala naman masamang nangyayari.
She sits down and she realizes nga na ganon. And parang dito sa corner behind her, labas siya ng lechon kawali.
May tinatago pala.
And she puts it beside the laing. Halika na, kain na tayo.
I'll get the laing.
Okay.
But I'll get a bit of lechon kawali. Pero I'll get more of the laing. I say, Ma, salamat. Pwede ko bang malaman na? Kasi lalabas ako mamaya, Ma. Sana masagot mo na ako. Kasi makakatulong ito sa mga nararamdaman ko ngayon. Alam mo naman, ilang linggo na ako dito sa bahay. Kailangan ko lang magpahangin.
Ah,
Sakto. Kung sagutin mo ko, pwede kong isipin yon. Hindi ko isipin yung pinoproblema ko ngayon.
she she pulls herself away from the table. Then she faces you. Right? She tells you that uh that originally taga saan kayo?
Hmm, I said Bohol yata.
Bohol. Okay. Sa she used to live sa Bohol. Ay, when she was younger. Nandun yun, nandun yung tribe nyo. Or her tribe was there. And, mabundok sa Bohol, di ba?
Mm-hmm.
And, yung tribe nila was very deep into deep into the forest. And, when she was growing up, she learned about a story of a creature that took people who wandered around um, who wandered around the forest at night, and it became a legend in your town. And there are some there are some deaths already during that time. So parang na-solidify yun myth about this creature. When she became older, around when she was mga 20 something na, she went out to the nearest town. So she had to travel all the way to the nearest town to deliver some vegetable goods. And so that siya din makapagbili din siya ng mga grocery for her family. So pero unfortunately ginabi siya. And there was a time na at no so halfway home, it was completely dark, and there were something in the back in around her in the darkness followed her. She could hear the noise of its parang nararamdaman niya eh. It's crawling around in the trees. And she ran, and finally, she was very near the village already, but um she tripped, and as this creature was about to the creature lunged at her, and it jumped, and it was about to land on top of her. Another creature grabs it in midair, and they tumble to the ground. They hit the ground and they tumble, and they start fighting. With the limited firelight from the village, all she could see were glimpses of parang faces and movement. But she did see a almost human-like um, uh, beast, um,
Mm-hmm.
almost hairless, and it had muscles, protruding bones. The creature was grotesque. Not naman grotesque. It was almost a human turned into a creature. That was what she was seeing right now. And they fought.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yung kalaban ng isang creature na yon was a uh, ano to large cat. Okay, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Does the Philippines have large cats? Um,
I would think so,
I
like Musang or something,
uh
or bigger.
bigger pa. So let's just say in Bohol.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just say. Right. So may ano to parang panther. Okay, panther. Wow, panther.
Mhm.
Uh, may panther na sa ano to sa Philippines. And it attacked the panther, and they fought. The panther ano to they were when they were fighting, may kita mo the panther was losing already. Ay kita mo the your mom tells you that she saw the panther already losing, but was able to do a parang very damaging strike towards the human monster, or yung halimaw. Ano to, it bleeds, pero the halimaw was able to ano to give its final blow, and the panther slumped to the ground and unmoving. Pero the creature um, uh, stumbled around, looked at me, she told you, and it turned around and starts to go back into the forest. Pero before it reaches the edge of the forest, it falls down to the ground, almost completely ano to, passed out.
Mhm.
So she tells you that she took the creature, the halimaw, and took care of him in the forest until um, the creature slowly turned back into human form, and she has never um, and she fell in love completely kaagad dun sa creature before her. He was handsome, um, and she took care of him for a few for around almost 3 weeks daw, and eventually he woke up and they started to talk. And she found out that your father, um, Crisostomo, um, tama, di ba? Principe
Yeah.
Crisostomo. So,
Yep.
si Crisostomo, uh, she found out his name, which was Crisostomo. And Crisostomo told her about that he came from he has been living here in the forest for so long already. He he has forgotten to change back into a human. And siguro because of the damage, it his body reverted back to being human in his human form. And your mother tells you that your father and explain niya ano siya, he was a creature that um uh, drank blood.
Mhm.
And uh she finally realized na all the stories that has been um being told years before um was eto na yun siya, si Crisostomo.
Mhm.
So few a few days pass, and they Crisostomo is completely healed na. He returns back into the forest. It shocks your mother how he turns back into his creature form. Pero he never shows her. Parang palagi dun sa madilim siya nag-change, kumbaga.
Mhm. Mhm.
And
Mahiyain pa.
mayayain siya. He did not want her to see his other form, his ugly form to this to her. Ano ba name ng mom mo?
Si Filomena. Si Aling Nina.
So yun nga kay Aling Nina. To her pala, I'm sorry. Siya pala nagkukwento. And then nagkaroon sila ng kind of a relationship. They saw each other very often at night. And they had a romantic relationship. Siguro a year or so passed. And they've been together for that long. And eventually, she got pregnant with you.
Mhm.
When she told your father, he panicked. Do you know if your dad is alive or dead?
I don't.
You don't know. And tells you he left. He left us. And I always took care of you so that your the influence or the blood of your father would not be influences you to be like him. and I'm proud that I was that you did not go that route. Hindi ka ano to, when you change, you're not, hindi mo, ayaw mo ng dugo, or you don't kill because you want to consume.
Mm-hmm.
If ever you did try to hurt anyone, it was out of the goodness of your heart. Even if you knew every time you changed, um, I could, I knew even if I didn't see you that it always took a toll on you. And ayun, she tells you that's how her Crisostomo, your father, uh, uh, how she met him and how their relationship went. And well, she always thought that you were never, you were not a accident. Um, she loves you very much. She tells you, and I just do not know why um your father left. I searched for him, but I never found him. So, ayan. That's what she tells you.
Um, After she tells the story, mm, I go to her. I go close to her, and then I just hug her, and then I tell her, "Salamat sa lahat, ma." And then um, I go back to finishing my laing,
Mm-hmm.
and I would like to uh, leave the house and walk around while when I'm done.
Um, she tells you that um, you be careful, and uh, that she's always here for you, and if you need her, she's here. Parang ganun, that's what she tells you. Hello?
Yeah.
Yun.
So I leave the
Mm-hmm.
house after I thank her and after she says, I leave the house feeling like a weight has been lifted off
Okay.
me. All this time, I thought that my mother was attacked by my father, and he just so happened to survive
Uh-huh.
and probably taken advantage of her, and she got pregnant. That was my thought all along. But knowing that they did have a relationship, uh, he saved her, she saved him,
Mm-hmm.
and they had a relationship. Parang I think na he's not all that bad pala. Even though he left, he ran away.
He ran away.
But so parang a weight was lifted off.
Okay.
So as I'm walking, as I leave the house, and with that feeling, no, I feel like I want to reconnect with people, and of course, the first one that comes to mind is not Greg, is Gian.
Okay.
So so I try to send her a message, no? Gian, um naglalakad ako sa labas. Gusto mo akong samahan? Send.
Okay.
Smile.
Okay, okay. And then, what do you do?
I walk around. Um, I'm in QC.
Actually, this is where your questions come in. We don't have to role play all your ano to.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to role play na that. That's kind of that's
So,
that would be cool, pero um
yeah, I
uh
get it.
um continue na natin dun sa um other other activities
Uh,
that you did. What are you planning to do? What are
okay.
you
So
planning
while
to do ba?
waiting for her, I want to go towards Ralph's place. Is it in the area? Is it walkable?
No, it's not walkable. It's not walkable. Um,
Uh,
Malayo siya. Siguro mga an hour, an hour travel kung walang traffic.
may masasakyan ba?
Meron naman, it's kind of late na. So, meron naman. But my question, I'm sorry, we're role playing it na eh. Okay.
I
um,
want to look for him.
you want to look for him.
Yeah.
Uh, he's not at home.
Okay.
Um, there is the home is actually just a apartment and it's empty. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Can I search for clues? Are there any clues that I can look for as to his whereabouts, where he could be?
Actually, dapat na yun na yung questions mo eh. Kanina.
Mm,
Eto na
okay.
yung dapat eh.
Right.
Yeah. So, like I told you, this part of your adventure, this part of the session, while you're at home, you have a week and a half to go through all of this. So, that was your investigate a mystery 4.
Okay.
And I already answered your questions about where
Right.
Ralph is. So you
Mm-hmm.
found out about all of this already. You probably already went there. Um, tapos Gian never answered. You still haven't seen her um, because you know she's the only one who might know something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, okay. One more question. Sige. Ask me one more question. And we're done now with investigation and everything.
Mm-hmm. I know where Gian lives, no?
Yes, you know where Gian lives.
Okay. One more question. Like, are there any? Well, the leads are in Cubao and those places. Um, can I check the school first before I ask the question?
Uh okay. Go ahead.
So
Ano yung question?
I wanted to check the hospital to see if there are traces. Um, if I actually the question is any are there any traces or leads I can follow to find Ralph?
Yes, you do. You have a big one. Si Rian.
Okay.
Pero she
So,
has not been answering any of your texts.
can I go to her house?
She's not there.
Oof. Does she have family there?
Oh! Oh! There's one thing pala. You've never seen her house before. So you
Oh,
don't know where
okay.
she lives.
Okay. Okay. Um, okay, that's a problem. I'm guessing she's not answering my calls either.
No, she's not.
Uh,
Oh, how about your other companions?
yeah. I'll probably, since Greg, goes at the same time every day.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'll wait for him outside,
And
and I'll talk to him, ask him if he has any news about the gang, about the old gang.
ang haba na ng question mo, ha? This is beyond the 2 weeks already of um searching and investigating.
Oo nga.
Um uh you try to ask him, pero usually he just tells you, hindi ko pa sila nakikita. He has not been at school. He's enjoying his vacation away from school. So he doesn't know. I have not met any of them. Okay? And we end there. We finally end there. And your 2 weeks is up.
Mm-hmm.
And you find yourself now going back to school.
Okay.
Right. Now, in as you enter the school, there is dun sa entrance a there is a ano to, a hallway of flowers and letters to those people who perished and who are those still missing, and you find a few few posters, parang pictures of Maria, Ralph, Laum, Iwo, and other of your classmates are there. Ramos is also Ramos is one of the those who perished in the fire in the theater. As you're walking, usually maingay sa corridor, and but everybody's it's quiet, almost as if the footsteps of everyone has become very deafening, kasi yun lang na parang naririnig mo, and a little bit of murmuring. And finally, the bell rings and you go back to your first class. The class now is like siguro kung dati 20 students, ilan ba dati in high school? 30? 30 students?
Mga 30, yeah.
Oo. So, naging parang 20 students na lang.
Mhm.
Okay, 20 students na lang. Tapos, hiwalay-hiwalay kayo. Your first subject was, English, let's say. Your teacher comes in, gives her speech about those who passed. You do a little prayer, and then she starts to teach. And you look around, you see Greg, who's still right behind you, kicking your chair. Nandun na naman siya. Okay. He's actually not wearing his shoe. Yun toes niya, kinakamot ka dun sa pinaka right over your crack. Nga ganun ka with his toes. Nga ganun siya. Tapos nararamdaman mo nanginginig ng konti kasi tumatawa siya. You notice that there are some students from a different class are now here in your class. And then Gian is not there. And si Santos, he sees you. He notices you looking around. And he taps you sa back with his foot. Nasa ibang klase na. Ibang classroom na. So, kung kayo 1D 1D 1B na siya, parang ganun. Class 1B na siya. Paano yun? Nawala na naman akong kokopyahan. And as he says that nothing else happens, the whole classroom now, you have 2 subjects before lunch, and the bell rings, and it's lunchtime. What do you do? It is now pala it is now it is now the middle of February. Patapos na yung February, magma-March na.
Okay. I run to 1B, try to catch Gian coming out. Do I catch her?
Roll act under pressure. Okay. You are you're hurrying so much that you don't notice that you are bumping into people. And once you reach 1B, di ba?
Yeah.
1B. you say her name out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Gian? Ano ganun. And some of the students go, they all look at you. And you hear some of the girls whisper and then some of them giggle. And see ano to, you feel a hand on your shoulder. Parang ano to, tinatapik ka. It's Greg. Hingal na hingal.
Oh.
Nandun siya. Kay kay Mama Tree. And he puts his arm on over another guy. Parang paalis na ng classroom. He leans on him. Tara, tara. May tubig ka ba? So, you leave him as he drinks from the cooler nung nakikiinom siyang ganun. And then you leave. If, roll act under pressure. Yun. Okay. Would you this is your chance now to to actually leave him behind. Pero as as you walk out on him, he has his eye on you as he's drinking. Feels a little bit creepy actually. But he lets you move. But he lets you walk away.
Mhm.
You now get to the mama tree and the ground is a little wet. Okay? It's a little wet. And because it rained constantly for the past few days. And yun, mama trees in full bloom. So, sobra siyang laki. And it almost covers the whole a whole part of the courtyard. And the branches are so swollen with leaves. It parang nakalaylay siya. Nakalaylay.
Mhm.
So, nagkaroon ng parang pocket dun sa gitna ng tree. Gets mo?
Mhm.
Na hindi nakikita ng ibang tao. But if you kneel down a little bit, you'll see dun sa roots ng tree near the middle. It's Gian.
Mhm.
You pass through the leaves and para siyang naging curtain. Para siyang naging curtain.
Yep.
And then as soon as you pass through the leaves, you see her nandun sa may sa roots. Seems that she already has her food out, but she's not eating. What do you do?
Mm, I walk quickly towards her.
Okay.
Say, Gian, ang tagal na kitang mini-message. Nakukuha mo ba?
Ay, ah, Lila. Ah, oo, nakukuha ko. Pasensya na kung hindi ako nakakasagot.
I asked her how she is, how she's been feeling
Tells
after
you
that
naman.
ordeal.
Okay naman. Ay, pag sinabi ng babae yan, patay ka.
Oo nga.
Ay, okay lang.
Hindi ka ba galit sa mga nangyari?
Ah, she is not answering you.
We all went through this ordeal. We were all tricked and fooled. And who more to get us through this ordeal but each other? No, and I need
Wait,
her
wait lang,
help
wait,
on this.
wait lang.
Sorry.
Wait, as you... Game.
So I tell her nga na we all went through this ordeal, and who more to help us but each other? No, I really need your help. We need to make things right.
She starts to cry, and she changes the subject. Ay, eto, may dalawang ulam. Why do people think that pleasing you is through your stomach?
Oo nga eh. They always feed me food siya.
And samahan mo akong kumain. Habang kumakain tayo, I will answer your questions.
Ano bang ulam mo?
She gives you a small smile. And it is sisig.
Ooh.
It is bagnet. Pucha, panalo ah. And ano to? Beef steak. Panalo. Okay.
Grabe naman. Grabe yung ulam.
Bulto dami.
So when she answered, I smile and say, alam mo naman, paborito ko yung karne. Dapat sinabi mo agad. So I sit down.
You notice, yung hamburger steak, 3. Hindi 4, hindi 2, pero 3. Ay. So, she hands you a plate, and actually covered nung Tupperware, and she has extra fork and spoon, which usually ikaw never ka nagdala. And you sit down and eat together. What do you ask her?
I only have one question.
Um, let's see. Let's see. You may roll investigate a mystery. I suggest if you have a soul die, use it.
Yeah, I have 3. I was gonna use 1.
Okay.
Okay, so 3D. 9.
9. Okay. Dito tayo sa flexible, you have one general question based on how you are investigating. But I will tell you honestly and with reasonable detail what you discover.
Okay. Have you learned anything about what happened that night to us in the hospital?
She tells you that she didn't know anything of what was happening. She didn't know about Ralph or Maria, of what their intentions were. Ayun. But she, as soon as you left, all of you left the school, while you were resting, and it was also a reason for her not to be able to answer your phone calls or your calls, or you never got to reach her at home. She was already researching ahead of time. She already went out to the people that Ralph and her spoke to. And she found out that hello?
Am I back?
Yes, you're back. Oh, did you disappear?
Yeah,
You said she didn't know anything about that, but as soon as
Ano yun? I'm sorry. Did I tell you anything after so she went all to your old contacts of hers and Ralph when you guys separated. That was the reason why she didn't call you back or answer any of your texts. And you never found her at home because she was out speaking to the old the uh uh the people who hired the soul protectors before, and people that they met during the time. You also know some of those people. And she did get a few answers. One was that Ralph has now taken the role as the king. That's what they call him, ang hari. And he has now gathered a lot of monsters with him. all from different classes of monsters of Halimaw, and they now follow him. And uh, she asks you if you knew about the familias of monsters that that are prominent in Manila.
Um, I say I only have heard of them, but I don't really know who they are, what their names are.
So she tells you that um almost ano to she she's doing this while ano to she's eating. She has this book out, and she's telling you what she wrote down there. Um there are so far that they know is uh Familia ano to De La Cruz.
Mhm.
That is a large family of tikbalang, right? That has been mostly in the ano to mostly in the uh, Makati area, and also um uh this tikbalang have tikbalang and another familia called the Familia Garcia, or part of a Manananggal, are a tribe naman of Manananggal. Okay? They are the ones around the Cubao area. Uh, that's where their family has influence in. Um, Many of these familias have many of their ranks have also joined Ralph. Okay, and uh, one of her contacts knows about a manananggal in Cubao who we can speak to about where Ralph is. That is what I've gathered so far.
Is that informant part of the Garcia family?
Yes. No. The informant is not part of any of the families.
But the manananggal who can tell me where Ralph is, who I can speak to, is
Can tell
part of Garcia.
us.
Oh, yeah.
Can tell us.
Is
uh,
that a Garcia?
yes. That's what the informant. That what the informant tells me.
Okay.
We can find him in Cubao. And I actually learned this a few weeks ago and have not followed it up. That's what I've been going through. I apologize.
Is she wearing the bracelet?
Fine. Kumakain naman siya so nakikita mo. um, no.
Okay.
She's not wearing it.
So as I listen, no, and she tells me that's what she's been up to, I remove my bracelet and I hold it up. Parang in front of us.
Okay.
Magkatabi kami, di ba?
Okay, okay.
So I hold it up in front of us. And then I say, let's make a promise not to go off alone when things like this happen. You know, it's always better to have each other's back. Holding my bracelet lang.
And you giving it to her?
Hindi, I'm holding it in front. Parang as a sign na we'll promise on this bracelet.
She, ano to? She is about to answer. Greg arrives.
I knew it. I knew it talaga.
I knew it.
Pasok siya. And he sees the both of you looking at each other, and there's this moment. And he is frozen where he is. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know. And Gian sees him, and then he sees you, and he tells Greg, halika, naghanda din ako ng ulam mo. And si Greg, Greg sits down beside you guys.
Can I pull out my laing na nakasupot pa?
Okay.
Tapos I shove it to him. Oh, yan. Kainin mo yan.
He looks
Parang
at you.
talagang tinulak ko sa kanya. Yan. Kainin
Uy!
mo yan.
Aba, wow! Hindi ko pa tinatanong. Panalo talaga. So, nag-kiss na ba kayo kanina? Si Gian, she turns red and she just bows down. O Gian, sinabi mo na ba kay Lila? And Gian looks at you. Oo, sinabi ko na. Sige. So, mamayang gabi? And he looks at you.
I look at Gian curiously
And okay, go.
with hope in my eyes that it doesn't mean what I think it means.
Okay, what do you do? You say nothing.
I mouth out, sinama mo?
Hindi ko siya mapigil eh. Tuwing umaga, nasa bahay siya. And I had no one else. I have no one else to talk
Greg.
to. Si Greg, he's eating lang.
Sabi mo, hindi mo nakita.
Sino? Si Gian? Ay, oo, sorry. Oo, nakita ko siya.
I just shake my head. I talk to Gian. Oh, so anong plano natin?
So she tells you that she has a contact in Cubao, but her contact is only at night very, very late at night. Very late or early morning na. Mga 1 o'clock, mga almost 3 o'clock in the morning in Cubao.
Mhm.
So, mag-meet up na lang daw kayo under in the bus stop around uh, 2:30. Then we'll wait around 3 o'clock for her contact
In the morning.
in the morning.
Ooh, exciting. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. In the early in the morning.
Yeah, early in the morning.
No. What I mean is hindi siya early in the morning. Sorry. You'll meet her, you'll meet the contact around before 12. Parang ganun. Mga
Before 12
10:30.
midnight.
Mga 10:30 you'll meet up
Okay.
and mga 11 magkikita na sila.
Okay.
The day passes. You eat your you finish your lunch and the day passes. It still continues to rain. If you hear birds, don't mind it.
What? Is that out of character?
Yeah, if you hear birds,
Akala ko, kasi it's starting to rain.
no, it's starting to rain nga.
Okay.
And what I mean is if you hear birds dun sa rain, don't mind it Oo,
Okay.
kasi parang kinuha ko lang dito sa Roll20 tong music na to eh. Hindi siya specific eh. So parang forest ata siya eh, or something. So hindi siya urban. So anyway, you find right, you find yourself in this esquinita, okay? And si si Gian is wearing a parang long skirt that goes up to her knees. She's wearing combat boots. A tank top. Tapos may parang may sling bag siya. And si Ralph si Greg naka-uniform pa siya. Naka-uniform pa rin siya. Tapos ikaw, whatever you usually wear, and you find yourself in this esquinita while it's raining. The rain is a little bit strong tonight. It's heavy rain, pero walang thunder, no, nothing, just continuous rain. Gian, as you're taking a short rest dun sa isang trapal, you're standing there trying to get away from the drops of the rain. Gian tells you na Lila, dapat mag-ingat tayo. You have been you've been going through social media, you've been going through news, that there has been increasing number of attacks by creatures or halimaw in the news. And eto na yung part ng news na eto na yung part. And hindi eto yun parang patago na video or anything or rumor. There are actual pictures and videos of these creatures attacking human beings. That has been around the news the past few weeks. You realize it started during the time after the fire. So Gian's warning resonates in your in your mind, and it you feel like you always have goosebumps. Alam mo yun, you're constantly on edge, kumbaga. Okay? And umuulan ba dyan? Sa inyo? Ha?
Hindi.
Hindi. Dito biglang umulan eh.
Sobrang init eh.
Okay, so you walk continuously, you go through different alleyways. May mga tindahan na doon na nakikita mo yung mga tao, they start to close down, kina-close up na nila yung mga stores nila. And in a dark corner na walang kailaw-ilaw, meron parang a very high street lamp, and it's flickers a little bit, and in a corner you see a very familiar face. You know him as Manong Celso, the same guy that you met in San Juan. That he's there, he's cowering under parang a box. Parang malaking cardboard box. Nandun siya. And you see him, parang may lalaro siya sa cellphone niya. Kasi kita niyo pa rin yung face niya. It is a corner, you know. So, para siyang dead end. He's at the end of that of the dead end, one of the corners. And then the walls of the dead end are ano to? Are metal windows yung ginagamit sa ano
Mhm.
to? Parang ganito. Ito. Okay?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this walls, yung walls niya on the right and on your left are made out of these. So store siya.
Mm-hmm.
Tapos meron street lamp that is sobrang taas. Siguro it reaches the second floor. So konti lang yung ilaw dito sa ano to, dito sa corner na to. Pero ginawa si Manong Celso na parang makeshift rain cover over his box.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I go to him
Okay.
and I stand beside him.
He's actually inside the box. So hindi ka, you have to kneel down.
Oh, okay. So I kneel down um and tell him, akala ko ba tinapon ka sa laon niyo? Anong ginagawa mo dito?
Uy, sino ka? Hindi kita kilala.
Bakit naman ganon? Baka matandaan mo ako. Itanong mo ako kay Arsenio.
Sino si Arsenio ulit?
Si Tikbalang
Oh! Oh, yeah. Which I completely now forgot. Ay. He says, wala ko kilalang ganyan. Baka, ano to? Baka, ibang pulubi yun. Eh, lahat naman kami magkakamuka. Alright. What do you do? You now have to roll manipulate someone for your next question.
Yan, manipulate. Um, Sige, I'll soul die.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah. May isa pa naman. I got a 9. See? Ooh.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. You now can tell them what you want them to do. They'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now to show that you mean it. Almost the same with your mother kanina. So, you have to promise them something in return for what you want them to do.
I want him. Can I ask him to give me information about how what he knows about the shake up with the supernatural world, the new Hari, and the people, the supernaturals being more bold and attacking people na may video, nahuhuli sila, parang hindi na sila takot na makita. So if he knows anything about the newly current events in the supernatural world.
Okay. You he He wants you to buy him dinner.
Now,
Yeah, in exchange for that information.
I sigh. Uh, saan mo ba gusto kumain?
Ay, hindi. Dadalhin mo dito. At sasabihin ko sa'yo lahat ng gusto mong malaman.
I look at Greg and Ian and say, I whisper to Ian, I don't trust this guy. Um, can the both of you buy food and bring it back here?
And si Greg, oh, sakto. Gutom na gutom pa naman ako. Hindi pa ako nakapag midnight snack.
Hindi ka pa nga nakakapagpalit eh. Midnight snack pa kaya.
Eto na yun ano to. Para diretso na pasok bukas. Gian goes, oh sige, di ka, baka naman kahit Jollibee lang, okay na. Nagpaparindig siya kaya na to, kay Manong Celso. Biglang lumabas yung ulo ni Manong Celso dun sa box. Oh, gusto ko yun, double chicken, tapos yung double rice din. Yun meron na rin itlog at fries. Tapos, ano to, large pineapple Ikaw na bahala sa dessert, Nax. So, he goes back to his box. Alright. And he tells you to sit beside him inside his box. Halika dito. Malinis naman dito. Papagpagan niya ng konti.
I reluctantly do so. So, ano nga ginagawa mo dito?
Once you sit down dun sa box, inside the box, it feels different. It feels very comfortable. Parang naka-relax ka somewhere in a very soft and relaxing chair or sofa. And he puts down his phone and looks at you. And he asks for your hand.
Can I read the bad situation?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do a straight roll. Nice. Okay, pwede na yan.
What'd you get?
8.
8. So, hold one.
Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
Haven't noticed. Yes, there is. There are figures entering that corner. Hindi hindi pa naman. Hindi pa sila pumapasok. They're at the end of that parang alleyway. 'Di ba ano to? Para siyang dead end na alleyway.
Mhm.
Nandun sila sa may ano to? Dun sa entrance ng dead end. You hear voices.
Um, Before I give my hand, I say, sabi ni Lupo, medyo naligaw ka lang ng landas, pero isa kang mabuting tao. And then I give my hand. Para makonsensya siya.
He rolls his at si ano to, he smiles. Yung pagka-smile niya ano to, wala na siya yun ang naiiwan na lang yun. Wala siyang middle teeth. Wala siyang middle tooth. Smile siya, no? He takes your hand and this is the time for you to ask questions.
Nice. May idea ka sa mga parating dyan sa kanto?
He looks at your hand and he traces parang ugat or something. Mukhang eto this line here signifies the how old your blood is. And he looks at it and he tells you, mukhang yung dugo mo, it runs deep. It's old blood. Hindi. Huwag kang mag-alala dun sa dalawang yun. Sila na yun, sila na yun, maghintay ka lang at malalaman mo nasaan si Ralph.
Wow.
Pero maghintay ka. So he's still looking at your palm. Go ahead, ask him questions.
Anong alam mo sa bagong nangyayari sa mundo ng mga halimaw?
He looks again at the palm of your hand. He traces your fingers. All your fingers down, paano nagsa-spiral siya dito sa gitna ng palm mo. Okay? And he looks at it, puts his hand over it, claps it, para siyang naging para siyang shell, and opens it up again. And you see a little bit of glitter of light. Okay? And it looks so pretty. Parang it showed all the impulses of the energy in your palm, in your hand. It flows through your hand, it disappears, and then creates this parang a glitter around your it looks like your it shows the vines, the veins around your hand and your arm. Okay, it lights it up and then it disappears. And he tells you that uh, what you lost is not ano to, what you lost can still be found. But the question is, will you keep it? And he tells you about he tells you a story I wala. Ay. He tells you a story about a fallen god. This god in time in the old world, he was a selfish and very he was selfish, and he always indulged his pleasures, whatever those may be. It could be sex, it could be war, it could be combat, it could be anything that that gives him pleasure. He always he always does it. Okay, no he does not care if it affects anybody else. Okay, he was self-serving. And eventually this god was cast out. This god found himself in a wonderful tropical island, and he found himself wandering the island and and enjoying his time there. But he wanted more. He finally he goes around the island, and he found many tribes, and he battled them, took them, and eventually he found out that human blood, when he consumes them, makes him stronger, makes him faster, makes him more dangerous. He started doing it. And this is how he created one of the first kingdoms here in Bohol. he became one of the most powerful datus. But later on, as the years pass, uh, he became more dangerous. Um, he destroyed his own one of the villages that was under him because he was thirsty. Um, he became more dangerous as he drank more blood, and he was able to uh, bring forth a power that could change, that could trigger the animalism within any of the other creatures except humans. And he used this to conquer different conquer different kingdoms, and and he was and many of these creatures followed him. uh, Many of them, even without being controlled, they still followed him. And then he became the most powerful dato in the whole of the Philippines. But as time passed, many and many more humans decided that it was time for this self-proclaimed king of the Halimaus uh, to be destroyed. Kasi if they let him continue on, as it were, he would completely gain control of the Philippines, of the islands, of all the other kingdoms, and they would not be able to stop him then. So they banded together, humans, but and some humans who were able now to become wow, this sounds very much like the Snyder Cut. Um, what's happening? And these people with special powers. What? So superheroes. Okay. And then eventually, they were able to defeat him.
Okay.
But as many of the supernatural protectors, and the other datus, they found out that the king of monsters, he was able to bear a son, and they never found the son. Never nila nahanap. And they searched the whole of Bohol, and they never were able to find him. He tells you that he feels the same. your energy around that surrounds you is um it ano to it feels like it's a very powerful aura in your blood that you possess, and it's also very old. um this your blood shows you as um one of the sons of this of the king of monsters. Are you Principe Crisostomo? Hello?
I say, yeah. I say, I am not Principe Crisostomo.
Okay. Then you're his son.
You're quite sharp.
He hears this. He as he finishes his tale. Okay ka pa? 12 na.
Yeah, I don't have work tomorrow.
Okay. Sakto.
Oh, that's not good.
You finally hear the two figures um enter the dark hallway, the dead end.
Mhm.
And um you hear argument between a woman and a guy.
Mhm.
And the woman is explaining to the guy that uh, papasok na siya. She's off to work. And she will be able to pay him pag tapos na siya. Hindi pa kasi kumpleto yung bayad ko. Eh di ibigay mo na yun ang meron kang yung pera na nasa yun na yun. You feel the box suddenly move. Parang somebody pushes back. Parang yung leg niya na tumama doon sa box. And you are pushed off the box. And you see, as you roll out of the box, outside you see a tall guy, around siguro mga 6 feet. Very lanky siya. And then this beautiful young lady siguro nasa 20 something. And she pushed back. You see her almost that she seems to have tumbled on top of the box. What do you do?
Did she fall down na? No?
Let's say she hasn't yet.
So
Ay.
I come out. Ah, ate, okay lang kayo?
Okay lang ako. Bata. Alis ka na. The woman says to you.
Ah,
But
ate,
the guy goes. He looks at you and looks at her. Huwag kang gagalaw dyan, bata. And he points again at the woman. Akin na yung pera. And she shouts back at him. She shouts, hindi. Wala pa sa akin yung pera. Kaibigan ako. Kaibigan ako ng hari ng mga halimaw. Galawin mo ako at makikita mo yun lakas niya at ang galit niya. The man, you notice now the man suddenly, shaking. And it, his arms suddenly grow and it breaks his jacket. And it turns into this, half man, half horse. Atikbalang. Huwag ka nang Huwag ka nang wag mo nang walang kapangyarihan ang hari dito sa aming teritoryo. What do you do?
Okay, what a pickle we're in.
Yes.
This is quite the dilemma. I go to the tikbalang.
Okay, you stand up.
I stand up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I go close to him.
Okay.
Kuya. Manlilimos sana ako. Kaso, mukhang wala kang pera. Nanghihingi ka pa kay ate. Anong alam mo? I'm blocking the two of them.
Okay.
In between the two of them.
Okay.
Anong alam mo sa bagong naghahari-harian?
You turn at the woman.
Yep.
And the woman. You feel a hoof kick you on your right side.
Kick me.
Yeah, papunta na sa'yo. Roll, um, roll, uh, act under pressure.
Um, okay. Let's go! Ah! Sige, okay.
You get a 5. Okay. So, uh, he kicks you on the side and you are launched from where you are standing. You're launched towards the towards the metal parang gate, 'di ba?
Yeah.
Parang metal window that they use na and you hit it. Psh, tsh, and it, uh you fall to your knees. And as you turn back at the uh, tikbalang, he's so close to the woman, siguro less than 5 feet. The woman starts to change. Her body, her arms, grow limbs, like wings, leathery wings, and she changes into a manananggal, and she detaches from her her body, her lower body. She screams at the she's about to scream at the tikbalang. Pero the tikbalang grabs her neck and pushes her to the ground. Bang! What do you do? And you see her, she's clawing on his arms. Yung arms niya nagkakadugo na and scratches and cuts. Pero he's still holding her. She's choking.
First, do I take damage? No, from the kick, no.
Yes, you do. You take 1 harm. Unless you have
I
armor.
got damage below. Hard. No, I don't. Okay. Does he seem to be getting hurt from, like, or is it not bothering him?
It's not bothering him.
It's not bothering him.
You notice this tikbalang has already dozens of wounds on his arms, his chest, the back of his neck, his face, his abdomen, his back.
Battle scar. Well, I wanna go and kick some ass on the tikbala.
Roll act under pressure.
I want this because I think she has more information.
Okay.
But let's see.
So you're you're attacking the creature, di ba?
The tikbala.
Yeah. Okay. Roll
Before
first.
he kills it.
Roll first. Act under
I
pressure.
get a 7.
You get a 7. Okay. Um. Okay. Uh. Wait. You. You get to do what you that you get to attack, but
Mm-hmm.
you now want his blood. You're thirsting for his blood.
Crap. Okay. Okay.
Can I, magsi-CR lang ako sandali. Give me
Go
2
ahead.
minutes. Okay.
I'll drink water.
Sige. Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
I'm
Yun,
back.
sabay.
Okay,
Wow.
perfect. So, you are about to kick some ass.
Yep. Do I roll it?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I use weird. Come on. 5.
Oh, man.
That's okay. That's
Right.
back to 3. So
Um, right. Um, how are you attacking him?
I just stand up. I don't change first. I run towards him,
And then,
and I would have wanted to punch him with with my with my so with my brass knuckle.
okay. You you get to you get to hit him at a square in the face. Bang! And then and you stand in front of the manananggal. You see him, he doesn't remove his arm on the on the manananggal woman's neck, but he stops choking her
Mhm.
and he looks at you. You have now his full attention. And what do you do next?
Uh, I I try to talk to him.
Okay.
I need her for information. Um, I really do not want to fight you. So please take my advice. If you know what's good for yourself. Oh shit.
Nice. He uh are you manipulating him or are you scaring him?
I am trying to scare him.
Okay. I know. It's the same thing. Um so roll manipulate someone. On we use for a normal person.
Okay. Um, I'll use a soul die.
Okay.
D three, three D. 9.
Oh, nice. So,
Nine, one.
they'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now to show that you mean it.
I've been doing quite a lot of that lately.
Oo nga eh. No, you know why? Somehow you are growing up as a person.
Hi.
Uh,
That's true.
nagiging more assertive si Lile.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So tama lang yun na progress.
That's true.
So he tells you what are you, some kind of uh um ano to ano ka ba, may topak ka ba, hindi mo ba nakikita may mga halimaw sa harapan mo? Sige, siguro nga may pagka may sira na ulo mo. Bigay mo sa akin lahat ng pera mo, cellphone mo, at pera nitong babaeng to. And I'll let her go.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're still in the box area, no? Of Mang Celso. Close by.
You can see parang sumisilip-silip ng konti si Mancel sa labas ng box niya.
Okay, I kind of like him now, so I won't include him. Hindi ko idadamay. Kunin ko sana cellphone niya eh.
Gag.
Wag. I like him now.
pera at saka cellphone ko, maibibigay ko yung sa akin. Pero, I look around. Does she have like a pouch? Or
Yeah, she has a purse.
it's on her top part?
It's separated. It's beside her lower part.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So, sige. I pick up her purse
Okay.
and I rummage through it. Do I find money? Or
Yeah,
anything?
you find 5,000.
5,000? Wow.
Oo.
Night walkers. I get 4,000
Okay.
from inside the purse.
Okay.
And then I say, oh, ito yung kanya. I pass it to him.
Akin na rin yung cellphone niya.
I look inside. Is it in the bag?
Wala. Wala sa bag.
Okay. I say, mukhang wala siyang cellphone. Pero ito, may 1,000 pa akong nahanap. So I grab the last 1,000
Okay.
and give it to him.
Wala kang pera.
Ako wala akong pera.
Okay. He releases his hand and takes the money. He's counting it. Takes your cell phone. Opens it, removes your SIM card. And he crunches it under his shoes. And then he dusts himself off. Tapos yung blood around his arm, he takes cloth of whatever destroyed clothes that he used to have. He puts it around his arm. When he changes, he puts it around his arm. And he turns back towards the entrance. As he exits, he looks at the woman. Mamaya na yung kalahati ah. And he turns, as he exit, papasok naman si Gian at si Greg.
Greg, tikbalang pa rin siya?
Hindi na. Nag-change na siya.
Okay.
Nag-change na siya.
Okay.
Pero si Gian, si Gian is holding the food. And then she gives the guy a parang questionable look. And then looks at you also. And then she stops. And then, yun nga, nag-exit na si Tikbalang. Si Greg naman papasok. Whoo! Sarap ng sarap naman nung hamburger steak. Kakabusog. Ay. Sorry Lila. Hindi ka na namin nabilan ng pagkain. Naubos na yung budget ni Gian. Wala kasi akong pera. May utang pa nga ako kay Gian eh. Hala, ano nangyari dito? As he sees si Mang Celso coming out of his box. the woman slowly changing back to her human form. Uh,
Okay, nice.
but before she completely changes, her body and her second half are connecting. Nakita ni Greg. And when he says that, may utang pa nga ako, Gia. And he looks at and he's just stuck there. Um, uh, um,
Mhm.
he looks at you. Hala, may time ka pa ba gawin yan dito?
Oh God.
Ang galing mo naman. Nawala ka lang ng ilang weeks. Fuckboy ka na. I'm so proud. Sabi niya ganun. And Gian looks at you as she dumps the food in front of Celso. Si Celso goes, ooh, and starts eating. And the woman, she fixes her dress. It's very, hindi naman, a little bit revealing. Pero, normal street clothes lang. No, you do notice that she is wearing a very tight-fitting, almost hugging her body. Tapos mababa yung cleavage. Para siyang scrubs.
Yeah.
Para siyang scrubs. Then she's picking up her stuff. And you notice meron siyang mga essential oils, massage oil, may mga condom. And she puts it back. Salamat. Salamat at thank you. And she starts to leave. Si Greg naman keeps on hitting your the side of your on your side dito sa may malapit sa abdomen with his elbow. Nax. What do you do?
I tell Gian, Gian, si Greg, and then I make senyas like I'm slicing my tummy in half.
Okay.
And then I parang with my head I point towards the girl. Gian, si Greg. Tapos I try to catch up with the girl. Parang sinasenyasan ko, kalahati ka manananggal. Kailangan kong kausapin.
So si Rian goes, she takes Greg, parang turns him around and go to Mang Celso.
Yeah.
And the woman starts to leave. You get to catch up to her dun sa pinakadulo nung yung entrance nung nung alleyway.
I go, ate, teka lang. Totoo yung sinabi ko kanina.
Ano yun?
Kailangan ko ng impormasyon. Totoo ba yung kadikit mo ang...
Wala akong alam dyan. Before even you ask anything, she says that.
Tinulungan kita, ate. Can I change my arm?
Okay. You
I
can,
grab her.
but you
I
have to
grab
roll
her
ano
arm.
to? You have to roll you now have to roll act under pressure.
Okay.
You did
Easy,
not
easy,
get to
easy.
drink kanina.
Yes.
What'd you get?
8.
Okay. With an 8, the keeper is going to give you worst outcome, hard choice, or price to pay.
Mhm.
It will not happen right now. It will happen later on.
Which one? My arm
Um, the
or the
price to pay.
worst? Okay.
So you change.
So nice. Okay. So I grab her arm. Ate,
She looks at
kailangan
you
ko ng informasyon.
and then ha? Wala. Ano ka? Pati ka ba ng pamilya? Ng mga pamilya? Abhi ka no? Abhi.
I look at her puzzled. Uh, Anong abhi?
Mga... Yun, grupo ng mga... Ano to? Grupo ng mga... mandadawak. O mga grupo ng mga dadawak.
Magkaparehas tayo. Hindi ako tao, ate. Kaya sana, tulungan mo ako.
Hindi ka parte ng pamilya. Sigurado ka?
Mukha bang kaya to ng mga abhi? I show my arm.
Hindi abhi. Parte ng mga pamilya. Hindi mo ba alam? Wala ka bang alam?
Galing kasi ako sa probinsya. Hinahanap ko yung bagong hari. Magbibigay pugay sana ako.
Saan mo narinig yan? And her kanina she was very stiff. Now she parang relaxes.
Ang balita sa amin ay may bago na kasing hari. At hindi na takot ang mga katulad natin na magpakita. Ate, sawa na ako magtago. Gusto ko naman maipakita ang tunay kong anyo sa mga ibang tao nang walang takot. Kaya gusto ko sanang pumanig sa kuponan ng bagong hari. Matutulungan mo ba ako?
She pulls you back into the pulls your arm, pulls you back into the darker part of the alleyway. And she puts her face near yours. Pero parang cheek to cheek kayo, pero hindi kayo nagkadikit. Oo, tama. kailangan natin magpugay. To give him praise. So she tells you an address. The address is further into Manila. And somewhere in Rockwell. Rockwell. Somewhere in Rockwell. A building in Rockwell.
Mm-hmm.
Doon. Punta ka. It is the fall of the old world. The king will take will create a new future by taking their future. And she gives you the address to this building. This building. You see it?
Yep.
Okay. And she tells you that it is time. She tells you in this full malice, lahat ng mga pamilya, they will know that they cannot push around the same they cannot push us around. And Ralph will show them that he is now the king of the monsters. Hari ng mga halimaw. And he scrambles off towards another alleyway away from your sight.
Yeah, I go back to the box.
Okay.
Gian, what time is it now? Is it like
It is now around 12 o'clock.
Gian yung wait, the informant we're supposed to meet him still, no? The informant, oh shit, was that the tikbalang?
The tikbalang. No, it wasn't the tikbalang.
Okay.
You ask Celso. Ask Celso. He'll answer you.
So, I'll ask Gian first. Yung ini-meet natin, parating na ba?
Ayan. Busog na busog na. Points at Celso.
I just like palm my forehead. Ikaw yung ini-meet namin?
Or sure. Bakit ba? Dami naman yung narinig tungkol dahil doon sa babae, di ba? He starts drinking. He finally explains to you that the past few nights, that woman, uh, and that guy, um, yung tikbalang he has been extorting money from that woman for the past few weeks. Doon nakabahay si Celso. So, he heard a lot of things. And sometimes, yun nga, nabablurt out nung woman tungkol about Ralph.
May alam ka ba tungkol dun sa tikbalang? Parang hindi sila takot kay Ralph.
Siyempre, hindi sila takot. They know they have protection. Ayan ang mga abhi.
Protection. Pinoprotect sila ng mga abhi.
Oo.
Anong kapalit?
He smiles. Di simple. Dugo. The body of human beings.
Okay. Is he done eating his dessert?
He's done eating and he finally sits down. He finally, relaxes. Parang busog na busog. Nakataas pa yung shirt niya hanggang dun sa tiyan niya. He's scratching it. Nako, baguhan ka lang ba dito sa mundo ng mga mundo ng mga halimaw?
Wala pang isang taon nung maisapak ako sa mundong ito.
So he also he tells you, bakit ganun? Dapat etong kasama mo. Sinabi niya na sa'yo. She's been part of the supernatural world for decades. For centuries pala. For centuries. Gian does not look at you. You don't know what she is or who she is? You see Greg. He looks at Gian. And then he looks at Celso. And you notice that he takes a bunch of uneaten French fries. And he starts eating and is looking at everyone. Kumakain siya ganun. Tapos, nung sinabi ni Celso, na, ayun nga, na, she's been part of the supernatural world for centuries. Kumakain siya. Ooh.
Na nakaligtaan niya yatang sabihin sa akin I look at her. Tapos, I remove my bracelet.
You remove your
Put it in
bracelet.
my pocket.
Oh! Wow. Okay, 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 okay. She ano to? She her shoulders drop down. And that is something else that we can talk about when all of this is done.
I agree and say we got what we came for. And then was the address given on a piece of paper or just said to me?
Um you remember it naman. You remember it.
Okay. Alam ko na kung saan natin hahanapin si, and then I look at Greg. Yung sila mga kaibigan natin, yung bago nilang tambayan, alam ko na kung saan.
He's finishing the fries and he crumples yun lalagyanan ng french fries. Para pa siya basketball with the trash. And then he he jumps and shoots. And it hits a corner and doesn't go inside the trash can. The trash bin. Hey. Sino ba sa tingin mo na nakakuha ng information tungkol kay Mang Celso?
Greg says that?
Yeah.
I look at Gian, I look at Mang Celso, I look at Greg.
Si Mang Celso is smiling at parang grinning at you then scratching his head.
Sige na, ako na yung tanga dito.
Si Greg, ay nako, wag ka naman magtampo. Gusto lang namin na magpahinga ka, sabi ni Gian. Wala akong ibang pwedeng sumama para na makatulong sa akin. And
I look at
Greg. Makulit si Greg.
Ano, 500 taong ka na rin?
Ha? Hindi ah.
Tara na.
Gian goes, wala siyang kapangyarihan.
Meron. Lahat ng tao kasama niya naiinis sa kanya.
Si Greg, tawa siya. Ano to, parang, uy, ikaw naman. Okay. So, eto, ano yung address?
I tell them the address.
Alam ko. Alam ko. Tawag tayong Grab.
I make kapa ng ano ko. Na aksidente yung cellphone ko. Kayo na lang mag-book.
Tapos sabi ni Celso, sige, ako na lang. Pero, bukas dadalhin niyo ulit ako ng Jollibee. Siya na daw magbubuk para sa inyo. Si Mang Celso. Hello? Uy. Yun.
So,
Where did you
Hello?
where did what was the last thing you heard?
Sabi ko kayo na lang mag-book, tapos sabi mo, sabi ni Celso,
Sa
tapos nawala.
sabi ni Mang Celso, siya na lang magbo-book kasi may coupons pa siya. Pero dapat palitan daw ninyo ng Jollibee bukas.
May pang-book ka, wala kang pambili ng Jollibee. O sige na.
So eventually a ride picks you up.
Traffic.
um you get there is a long bridge before you see the building in Rockwell.
Mhm.
It's typical Manila, and the route that the Grab rider took was obviously part of EDSA. And ngayon, na-traffic kayo and you're now approaching nearing the top ng bridge.
Yeah.
Si Greg is sound asleep dun sa harap beside the front seat. You're beside Gian at this point.
Mhm.
And Gian told you parang puts her hand on top of your hand. May itatanong ka pa ba? I'm sorry that I was not able to give you more explanation of who I really am, or what I really am.
And what is that?
She tells you that she is a old soul. She lived at the height of the Spanish occupation, the Spanish occupation.
Mhm.
And many of her companions was were they converted to Christianity and followed the traditions ng mga Kastila. But many of her people did not, including her. And what happened was her and 3 other women, they created a you would call in Western in the Western world, it would be called a coven. Nag-create sila ng coven of supernatural practitioners. And they healed the sick. They gave they gave um uh spells, brews to help their people. But eventually, many of their people nga, um uh they converted to Christianity. The friars, they told them that their coven were the devil.
Mhm.
And um just like the Inquisition, um they were um destroyed. uh that is the proper word for it, for what they did. But before they did that, we were able to um transcend and ano to, parang bring out their spirit from their body, and they were able to ano to, they were able to transfer their spirit to other vessels. And unfortunately, she just woke up 50 years ago. She woke up, she found out she was one of the sisters,
The fourth sister.
but she did not want to ano to, ayan, ayaw niya nang makisama. She didn't want to do um she didn't she found out that the sisters became malevolent ghosts that would take a body, and then they would uh, um cause bloodshed, death, um, and many more horrendous things that would scare the mga the mga friars, the Spanish, and eventually they kept on doing it to the Japanese, to the Americans, and then no, the Philippines got their independence. They still continued on, as now has become a urban myth within Manila, that if you found the three sisters and you did their bidding, their request, uh, if you brought them something that they would be able to use, they would grant you a boon or a gift. And usually a lot of the evil people would be the ones who in the stories be the ones who ask the sisters. And you as a fourth sister, she as the fourth sister was not included in those stories anymore. Kasi nga, when they started, tatlo na talaga sila. So nobody knew that there was a fourth one. She tells you that her soul wandered the world for centuries until she found Uh, no, I'm sorry. Not not 50 years ago pala. Um, she woke up 14 years ago.
14.
Oo.
Okay.
The same age of Gian. Anong age
Yes.
mo? 14, di ba?
No, me, I'm 12.
You're
I'm
12.
13.
You're 13.
13.
So Gian is a year older. So 14 years old. So 14 years ago lang she woke up. Okay? And with when she woke up, she woke up as a baby, but she had her full memory.
I
and
see.
she didn't know what to do, and she learned to live with it as Gian, and eventually um she was masyado siyang madaldal, and especially when asked about the years before the time of the Spaniards. Somehow Ralph was able to find out, and I told him, the first person I ever told.
Hmm.
How does that make you feel?
It, I feel a bit, not betrayed, but a bit hurt that she couldn't come clean with me. Um, were those her sisters in the hospital?
Yes.
So even more betrayed and hurt na after knowing that she was there, she knew um, they they killed me, yet um, she didn't say anything. But my feeling for revenge towards Ralph trumps this, and I try to just my forehead is scrunched, um, trying to understand all this information that she's saying. Um, I don't really react. I just take in what she says. Um, and I make sure I ask her. I don't really care at this point if she gets hurt. That if she really knew nothing about what was going to happen that night.
The rain stops. You find yourself now at the top of the bridge. Tapos you can now overlook the building. Siguro a kilometer away. She looks at you and suddenly the car stops. In the middle of the bridge, walking in between cars, is Maria. She jumps on top of one of the cars. And beside her, a tikbalang transforms in front of everyone. And all the ones, everyone stuck in their cars start to change. And then you feel another creature. It starts to transform. Another and another. And they're slowly slaughtering everyone in the bridge. On the bridge.
Holy shit.
And Maria points towards your car. And that ends our session for tonight. Thank you, Raymond, for playing tonight.
Dude, grabe yung twist ng kay Gian. As in, when I realized na she was the fourth when you were going there na, parang nag-goosebumps ako. Solid.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it when Celso said it. Pero yung sa taxi na, I pucha when you said Coven, that's when I started to shit, intense.
Yan.
Intense. Kaya yan, galing nun.
So, ayun, nandito ba si Laum? Baka
ayun pa.
Natutulog ata. Ayan, yan. Hello. Oh, nakikinig ka? So, pareho kayo nasa bridge na yun at this time. So, that is part 4, chapter 2, present. So, it symbolizes the story about where you are now. You know what's going to happen with you, and everything is happening presently.
Right.
Si Laum naman, everything naman coincides to what the future is for him. Kaya future. So yun. Thank you for playing. Did you enjoy? Is there any other questions you have so far? You want to discuss something aside from the twist with Gian?
Well, I'm really curious how Greg got. I mean, galing with sheer pilit, kakulitan. He got the how did he take it? Does he know ba everything?
That you'll have to ask him.
Okay. I get it. He's getting more screen time than I anticipated.
Yeah.
Star of the show siya. Greg.
Siya yun, sa Buffy, siya yun, walang powers na guy.
Si
Xander.
boyfriend ni Willow. Si Sander.
Si Xander. Parang siya si Xander.
Boyfriend ni Willow.
Walang
nga.
powers.
Good siya. Solid rin yung box. I like the magical box where I felt comfortable.
May felt ka.
Oh, galing yun. I might use that somewhere.
Si Celso is he knows how to enchant stuff.
Oo nga eh. So, he's legit talaga.
Legit siya.
Oh,
Yung nga lang, ayun, gago lang siya.
may topak lang.
Think of him like that old crazy wizard.
Oo nga eh. Ang galing ah. Like that old man sa Kung Fu Hustle.
So,
Ang
ayun.
galing ah. Solid. I really enjoyed tonight. I really
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Ako din, nag-enjoy ako. And a lot of information. Actually, if you didn't watch last night, a lot of those will also be a lot of information also was dumped towards to you tonight, like the familias. If you didn't listen last night,
I just want to out of character eh. So I asked para at least alam ko na rin in character, para alam ni Lila rin.
So
Pero yung adheat. Yeah.
if you didn't watch, if you didn't listen on yesterday, that would be something new also to you. The abhi.
That's right.
So
Abhi.
yeah.
Galing.
So you realize sino yun, manananggal na yun, di ba?
No, who's that?
Oh, okay. Siya yun, siya yun manananggal na meet nila Laum.
Yung nakapatong sa old dude?
Yeah.
Okay.
Siya yun.
Kaya same, happy ending din yung niya.
So
yung uniform niya. I see.
Tapos 'di ba yun loob ng wallet niya, essential oils.
Oo, exactly. I get. Yeah, that's right. I didn't put two and
Essential
two and
oils
two
o yung
together.
oils na pang transform niya?
Essential. Ano ka ba? Sauna yun.
Essential sa kanya.
Sauna yun. So may job pa rin siya.
Galing.
Siguro something happened dun sa time na binibigyan siguro niya ng ng massage. Wala na. Nagutom.
Hindi
galing.
naman kasi 'di ba ang way to transform ng manananggal is yun nga yung pagpapahid ng langis sa
Baby, yeah,
Parang
pwede.
Meron siyang camouflage na bakit ka dami mo lagi talaga.
Sakto,
Siya pala
wala
yun.
makakaamoy, no? Kasi nagtatrabaho ako sa massage eh.
Galing.
So, yan.
So, past will be tomorrow ba?
Yes, past will be tomorrow.
Nice.
Tapos
So,
may lumitaw din akong question do sa sa familias. If the other supernatural monsters, ang mga halimaw they hate the familias, does that mean yung familias they oppress yung others?
I don't know. That's something you have to find out. No?
Interesting.
But do you think,
how it gets political
pero eto
now.
tanong ko sa'yo, Pat, do you think at the end of this game, you find out?
I might.
Oh, let's see. Remember,
I hope.
the past is the second to the last game. Or third to the last game.
Mhm.
Third to the last game. So, part 4 has 2 more parts after the past.
Okay.
So, yun na yung last game.
Mhm.
Dungeon yung dadaanan nyo sa
Sa building.
sa chapter 4, part 4.
Galing.
Nasa pa lang tayo nasa tawag doon.
Bridge pa lang kayo.
Kung hindi sa game, kumbaga nasa tayo, nasa pre-boss na stage.
Oh, yes. Exactly.
Oo nga eh.
Tama,
Tama,
tama.
tama.
Yeah, you got it right. You got it right.
Galing.
So,
Does my soul die, will it carry over? Hindi na, no? To part 4?
to part 4,
Level up mo na.
Oo nga eh.
sure, you guys can, pero much better kung level up na.
Sige. Kasi I'll level up now.
Aha.
5 improvements na yon. Now, if I level up in part 4, I can get like an advanced improvement.
Oh, go.
Pretty exciting. Sige, tama. Ile-level up na.
Okay, so guys, thank you very much. Thank you, Patrick, for listening in. Thank you very much, Raymond, for playing for tonight. That
Thank
is
you.
Takipsilim, part 4, chapter 2. So tomorrow will be chapter 3 of part 4 with Peter naman. So thank you very much, guys, for listening and playing tonight. I had fun. You guys take care.
Thank you again. See
Okay.
you soon.
All right. Good night.
All right. Night, guys. Thanks.
Okay. So that is the end of our game. Exciting. There was a lot of exposition for the explanation. Looks like we might need to ramp up with the more of the story for Leela. We'll find out how things are more can get more complicated for him. Tomorrow will be the past, and that will again we will have EU to play tomorrow night, and played by Peter. So good night, everyone, and make sure you always wash your hands. Take care.